All right. I think I'm going to attempt. I think I'm going to attempt weekend missions. At the very least, we're gonna do the Kahori missions because I like Kahori. Captain Carter may or may not happen. Let's moon Kahori to start. Well, Ram, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Ooh, piece of candy. I don't love playing him into Stark Tower because he's gonna get big and shaggable, but I don't love playing him in the face down either. Yeah, it would have been fine. Should have believed. Hey, Irby, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate it. Welcome back. I think it's just this. We'll end on Kate Bishop in case I want the option to Frigger her. There goes your Thanos. Barking Thanos, like, isn't amazing, but it does at least keep them from making it cheaper. Pedro Porto, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Does ongoing Thanos ever shag? Ongoing Thanos usually does not, no. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to try and contest the center here. It might be wrong. Hey, TJ, thanks for hanging out for 13 months. Good to have you along for the ride.
Clear for takeoff.
Yeah, I probably should have put Absorbing Man here. Does this ever let me win the game? Alistair, thank you for the over 5 years. Good morning and welcome back.
All systems go.
Morning, XR. All right, so let's say they Spectrum. Spectrum here is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you go to 20. 12 power pig gets them to 21. This is 7. This is 8. That gets me to 22 over here. Can I stay? I lose to like a random Iron Man. Damn. Nico is more zero. Nico and Stogard are the same because Stogard gives +2 with Collector. It's close. Thanks for dropping off some of Bezos' money again, XR. Appreciate it. Is my alliance capped? Look at that. We're such good little gamers. Don't have to worry about those. Couch boy, thank you for the 19 bucks. Welcome back. Raptors. Probably a fellow Kahori enjoyer. Oh, and this is fun, because it kind of looks like I just don't want to play this here or the unknown. And then we might be able to scam them here with the bear. Does Hawk stop Mirror Dimension? It would, yeah, but I think I want to scam the left. And it's fun with Kahori and Absorbing Man. I'm not even really locked into stats over here at 8. We can get more. I was like, is this in their actual deck here? Yeah, Wolf is interesting. Untapped also didn't believe it at first, yeah. I think I'm fine getting Vibranium. Is Vibranium better or worse than better or worse for me or them? I could stop the Vibranium with the Snowguard Hawk, which is kind of nice. That's close. Is Wolf a playable card? It is not. Not remotely. In fact, one of the best decks in Marvel Snap right now is playing a card that punishes your opponent every time one of their cards moves around the board. Like, unironically, Werewolf is probably the worst it's ever been. And that's saying something, because it really wasn't good for a long while. Got me. It's better than when it was a 4-4. Low bar. Low bar. It does manage to clear that one, though, I suppose. Okay, so Werewolf can't move. How big do we expect them to be able to get over here? They could play for here as well. The Victoria hand might throw them for a loop over here. How big does this make me in the center? This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this gets me to 21. Honestly, I think I just put this here and go to 20 to keep them honest. And then over here... Right, because this is 5, and then 2 more is 20. And then over here, I'm gaining 6, 9, up to 15. Ah, we get got by the Iron Patriot card. That's cheap. Rip. 4/4 Wolf with when Scream doesn't exist is probably a better card than 3/3 Wolf where Scream isn't the best deck in the metagame. Honestly, that might be an accurate take. Like overall position in the format / metagame. I think I'd probably agree with that. I don't think either of them are good, but yeah, not unwinnable games into the literal best deck in the format. Probably you'd rather have a 4/4 if you could trade that out. I'll get to Zabu Kahori, but Zabu Moongirl would be a sweet draw here as well. Is Scream the best card of the game, or is it just a highlight card of the best deck in the game? I think we're currently in a metagame where playing generically good cards with scaling 2 energy cards is pretty ideal. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have a cheap Iron Patriot card here, but my hand is kind of cracked, yeah. I guess the center location could be bad for us. I remember when people said Scream was dead after her nerf. People always say cards are dead after they get nerfed. If I do this, and like next turn we go Thing, and then Thing, and we fill the Kahoris in over here. I'm kind of into it. Do I do this now? And then next turn I go Kahori into Spider Ham, turn into D-Man Grapple Arrow. Is it worth 2 less points here to have 2 more points here? I think so. I think so. Oh, I guess that's not strictly true though, because it's less points on my Kahori triggers as well, yeah. Oh, we order Grapple Arrow like this, it pulls Snow Guard. Yeah, I think that's good for me, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, because then I have max power Kahoris here. Victory. Yeah, they're super cooked here. We're getting 4 more at a minimum, plus 2 max stack Kahori triggers. So, I don't... Oh, I shouldn't have clicked that. I don't really do strict A through S tier lists for Marvel Snap because Marvel Snap has a lot more what we refer to as churn. They do regular balance passes in this game, and new cards get added to the game weekly. And in order to make, like, something that I feel comfortable calling, like, a tier list, I have to have more certainty than I have after the time it takes to... The time that we have to get information about. By the time we have the amount of information I would feel comfortable making a formal deck tier list with, Marvel Snap's format has changed. That's the point I am struggling to make with my mouth noises. Ball and Squirrel. Thanks for the primer. Appreciate the half a year. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. I think I'm eating an arrow. So if I do this, I get copies of these 3. And then next turn I could go 1 energy Victoria hand, Frigga that Victoria hand. Part of me wants to snap them, but another part of me thinks the Cassandra Nova deck could be a Luke Cage deck. So I'm gonna chill for a second. Hey, Jester. Thank you for the over a year and a half. Welcome back. I appreciate it. So you have a hard hand size limit of... 7 cards in this game, and Moogra always copies left to right. Yeah, our draw is really sweet here, but unfortunately they have really good tech cards. And a location that's favorable for them. Oh, can I win this? I don't think so. I'm adding 2 Victoria hands, which means this is 9 minus 2 is 7. And I'm adding 4 over here. I'm adding 11 over here up to 15. Absorbing Man is not enough. Oh, Absorbing Man doesn't lose power to man thing. That's true. I'm never winning the center. I guess I could eat it to a tech card here. I think I could Cope Stay. Cope Stay for 1 more cube. I think I win this, yeah? We're adding 8 on the right. Cool. No Luke Cage, no problem. Is it better to not update the game on the 29th to claim the cards using keys on the rollover? Keys are only better than the new token system if you're getting like 2 or more cards for your 3 to 4 keys. So the new system on average is going to be better for basically everyone, unless you like actually have nothing and are getting all hits off of Spotlight caches. Yeah, if you're missing 2 of the Series 5 cards that week, it could make sense not to update. That week is 3 Series 5 cards. Sure, if you're missing all of them, it could make sense not to update and get them that way. Morning, David. I mean, if you're gonna twist my arm, game. I have room for this, probably. And playing it out is good in the event that I draw. I'm going to chill on this because it makes the Kahori slightly better having it in hand. And I wouldn't mind top decking a Moon Girl. I think I'm just playing a 4/10 Kahori here. My poor Sandcastle. Oh, it's a shame I can't. It's a shame these aren't cheaper. I would have had a fantastic last turn. Other cards here, -2. Oh. Card numbers just aren't remotely big enough, yeah. They had 6, 7, 8, 9 in the middle up to 23. I mean, technically they're not filled. They have the shield that can move with the disables and other right. So they have 2 spot Spectrum can play. Man, I'm really sad all the interesting cards have sucked in Marvel Snap lately. This deck just does not feel remotely powerful enough. Hopefully Infinity Ultron is good today. Maybe he'll be good with Kahori. He's another card that generates cards in your hand, but man, it feels like we desperately need a playable new card. Gamers, before we take our first ad roll of the morning, I would like to give a shout out to our sponsored game this week, Call of Dragons. If you want to dodge ads on the channel for the next month and chat when we're occasionally in sub-only chat, consider checking them out on PC. You can get your City Hall to level 5 in their game to get a free sub to the channel while supporting what I do. It takes about 30 minutes or less. Appreciate the folks that have done that already. We'll be back with some more gameplay. I'm going to try and find a different Kahori deck to slam our head into the wall with when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Why don't you play Conquest anymore? Because playing against Erishim is like slamming my dick in a car door. And doing that repeatedly for multiple rounds in a row sounds very unpleasant. I assume the best Kohori deck is probably just shoving her into a pile of generically good cards. But we can confirm. Unless you're into that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, you know, whatever you're into. Oh, yeah, just shove her in Thanos. Four top cube break Kohori decks just shoved into Thanos. Five top wood rate Kohori decks just shoved into Thanos. I guess we could try this. This is what the sweaty gamers have been playing. And it's just a pile of tech cards and good cards for the most part, but it's got okay win rate, I suppose. More deck slots, what? Asking the real questions. Azazel, I'll need you to pick me when you hit the goal. But I should have it logged. I won't need a screenshot if you gave it your what's it called? What do you think of balance recently? I mean, I think we are currently skewed towards the tech cards being too good, but that's a pretty normal game state for Marvel Snap. I don't see any with your username, Azazel, so maybe send me a screenshot. Am I playing that out? Nah. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't want to talk about game balance in Marvel Snap here. I just want to like hang out and play my games. I find talking about constant game balance exhausting. There's too many people that are just upset about it all the time. I'm just gonna play Marvel Snap. If you have questions about the decks or you want to suggest a deck or something like that, let's do that. But I don't want to talk about game balance today. If you don't like how the game is currently balanced, go play something else. Is the healthiest piece of advice I can give you. So we're gonna get Enchantress tier at some point. Okay, I get to do this. Make a couple of demons. Could be worse. I'm not really looking for deck suggestions at the moment. I might do viewer decks later. How am I liking Kohori? She's a really sweet card to build your deck around that ultimately isn't very good. Oh, so I've got manning 12 plus another 3. Manning 15 on the left. But they're gonna Enchantress, the Starbrand, and the Setter. So I'm only adding 12 there. What's the biggest thing they can play with Enchantress? And they get Killmongered or something silly. Oh, they can scar alongside. They can't scar Enchantress though, right? Because scar costs. Oh, they can Enchantress scar if they Zabud it. All right, I'm not gonna pay out the Boomer Snapper.
Escaped. Frame break.
They are, in fact, super dead to Shang-Chi. Accurate. And that's why there's so much Shang-Chi in the game, right? Because people behave like that and boomer snap you in a game where they absolutely never beat the most commonly played tech card if their opponent has it. So if you're someone who's been out of Marvel Snap for a little bit, there's going to be an economy overhaul coming in 2 weeks exactly, actually, on the 29th. I bet they'll probably do some returning player incentives after when that happens. So probably a good time to jump back in. When they roll that out. I mean, I only need one card here, right? So I have a Shag. Sedge. So far, this deck is feeling like Kahori would probably be better off as a different card. Oh wow, they played into the Rocket and Groot Path. Interesting. Guess they just didn't want to play into Sewer System. So, obviously playing the Stork here. Demon Center is 6. Victoria Center is 5, and she gives +2 on the left. We'd also Juggernaut, Demon, Victoria. That's interesting. The problem with this line is it loses to their Juggernaut in the middle, right? No, they already played their Juggernaut. Yeah, this is probably fine. Yeah, I think I like this. Excited to lose. Oh, I'm so dumb. This is what I get for listening to fucking Twitch chat. Oh, Cosmo? Oh, and I get Killmongered? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Cool. Thank you for the 51 months, Lucas. Yes, we would have won the center if we hadn't gotten Killmongered. I mean, Cosmo is a tech card. Yeah, the opponent's deck is like quintessential what is good in Marvel Snap right now. It's playing the overstated, generically good cards like Galacta and Iron Patriot and Sam Wilson, and then it plays lots of ways to break up whatever interesting thing your opponent may be doing. Yes, we were still dead if we did the Shank play. It did not matter, because they had Cosmo. Maybe I should have just filled the White Hot Room this turn. Yeah. We lost that 50-50 to not have it be filled, though.
Escaped.
Let's try the Wiccan pile again. I got like 2 more bad Kohori decks at me trying to get 2 more wins, and then we're gonna give up and go to... Auntie, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Let's try some more of this, huh? I'm trying, Marvel Snap. I'm trying, Marvel Snap. There are literally 4 cards in my deck that cost more than 2 energy, and they are my starting 4 cards in the first game with this deck.
Escape.
Oh, man. I mean, that wasn't even remotely related to weekend missions, not my dudes. Fun, cubes, and sanity pick 2. At least I know. Oh my goodness. Oh, Christ almighty.
Escaped.
Oh man, good game, Hogland. Well played. Oh, I'm gonna pedal on my bike. I'm gonna pedal on my bike for a little bit. Oh. What a series. Is there a feature location right now? Or we just get the 2 in a row because we're an unlucky rubber ducky? It's over. Good. Okay. I'm a little surprised they played their Iron Patriot here and not the path where they had a free Thanos. One of these is bound to die, yeah? Cool. Is this deck good? Absolutely not. Unless you mean my opponent's deck, in which case, yes. It says this isn't remotely close, right? These are 6s. This is 12, 18. I'm going to 20, and then these are 11. I'm going to 16 here. Wicked's one more than the bird. Sure, it's not enough. I think it was close, considering my opponent got a free 12 points and I got a free 2 points. We've been playing Marvel Snap for 35 minutes, and we've managed to win 2 games with Kahori. Some would argue we're above average in that respect. Sorry, I wasn't listening. You said invest in Kahori. I mean, she can't possibly do worse than your 401k is this year, so it's probably sound investment advice. Nowhere to go but up. That's definitely not true. So I think it's this, and then next turn we could like Snow Guard plus Kahori. Have you played Kahori yet? We played her a couple of times this morning. Abide like the dude. Thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. Should we play the other Kahori because of Victoria here? No, I'm planning to play the other Kahori next turn. So I want flexibility on where I put those extra stats at. We're going to play these 2 this turn, and we're going to do these 2 next turn. This takes 1 point off of Kahori, but it puts an extra 2 on the left. It's giving me 6 over here up to 15, and then I need 4 hits from her, 6 over here to beat a tiger. Well, I guess if they misery, they make a bunch of cats, yeah? We're just dead again. Alright, I'll have 1,000,000 collector tokens when the new economy rolls out. I'm gonna delete all of these Kohori decks and we're probably never playing this card again. I haven't been Enchantress that many times this morning. Let's see if we can win games with Carter. I wouldn't mind having some gold. I wouldn't mind 100 extra gold. What do we think of the new Ultron card that we'll release today? Hopefully he's playable. Hopefully Gorgon suddenly becoming the most played card in the metagame won't make him unplayable. Maybe he's a card that saves Kohori? Question mark. He seems awkward. There's a good chance he's awkward. Is Goliath the best card to release this month? So far, yeah. I mean, new Ultron is definitely an Aeroship staple. That's not even a question. Alright, dodge an Enchantress, we can dodge a ball. Got him. Yeah, the opponent's deck playing Miles, if people haven't seen that, it plays Rocket and Groot as well as... it plays Rocket and Groot as well as Sam Wilson as enablers for Miles as an efficient rate card. Oh, they had Grandmaster in their build too. Yeah, that's not super common. So, I think I actually put speed here. So that way next turn I can Captain Carter here. Although, Shoot, I guess U.S. agent means I don't really want a Captain Carter here, right? How old is that command? That one was ancient that I just cleaned up, Cap. Hey, Lilford, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. You could just play Miles in every deck because your opponent always has Sam too. That's honestly a really good call out. Mage Cub, thank you for the almost 6 years. Welcome back. So with Sarah, I could Iron Man, Ant-Man, Goliath next turn. You know, I bet they simply don't play for here. And it's not like we'll be small here, right? Like the shield's gonna be... The shield's gonna put us to 19. Order? What about order? Moonstone, Goliath, copy Goliath, yeah? I'm out of line! You're out of line! Oh, I love losing a coin flip in the morning. Have some adverts. I'll be back. Yeah, cutting something for Luke's probably fine. Probably speed. Yeah, plenty of things to make Moonstone better as is. Blood Fan, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Hey, Azazel, thanks for checking out our game sponsor this week, Call of Dragons, and playing enough to get a free gift sub to the channel. Appreciate you supporting my content with a little bit of your time.
Oh, snap. Victory.
I think that's the first game we've won in like the last 40 minutes. I think there's a good chance Infinity Ultron's the best card to release this month so far. And whether or not that's a compliment directed towards Infinity Ultron or an indictment of everything else that's released, that could be up to you to judge. Kahori is one of my absolutely favorite types of cards to play in games like Marvel Snap, and it really sucks to have to say that she's really not good. 2, 4, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7. And then this goes to 7, so it's 14, 21. That's plenty over here. And then over here, I'm going to 16.
Knowledge is power. I am Iron Man.
Yeah, I think High Voltage is... Is High Voltage Friday? I'm looking forward to that. I really hope they consider... I really hope they consider giving us High Voltage or... What's it called? Is it always on game mode? I've really enjoyed both of those more than Snap's regular mode of the late. Goliath's the best card this month so far, for sure. That's fine. It's playable. Long-term Spectrum staple, for sure. Captain Carter in her current state, I imagine will probably see almost no play after she's no longer a weekend mission card, and Kahori probably the same. I don't think she's very powerful. There's a small chance Kahori gets better with Infinity Ultron being a card that adds cards to your hand, but the way the timing on the curve lines up with them, probably not. I agree. I prefer Sanctum to High Voltage, but High Voltage isn't bad. Sanctum's just more tactical. Sanctum's more tactical, and High Voltage is more casual. So they've just got very different vibes. Hoping they bring an arena style. I assume you mean draft, like from Hearthstone. Hearthstone calls their draft arena, yeah. And for reference, a draft mode for Snap is already out in Snap's China version. The Snap team gave kind of a cagey answer about whether or not they could port that to the regular Snap release, though. So I don't know that it necessarily being out in China means anything for the rest of us and the rest of the world. All right, this next the other reason we shoved Lucas in here. Conquest has more Airship opponents in it, which generally speaking isn't super fun for a lot of people, myself included. But past Aeroshim, Conquest also just isn't very interesting. It's just, Conquest is just regular Marvel Snap, but longer. This wins the game some of the time.
Victory.
Yeah, that was the other tough part about Conquest when I played it last time. Is it felt like I couldn't get any actual games in because half my opponents in Conquest were just like doing missions instead of playing Marvel Snap. Think about Snap nowadays. It's fine. I'd say our current state of the game is like a solid 5 out of 10, maybe slightly better than that. They made Alliance missions a little bit less bad. They have better alternative game modes more frequently, although not quite all of the time yet, which would make it a little bit better. Gonna put Sarah on the right. It's a decent amount of stats with Captain Carter, and then everything discounted by 3 leaves us in a decent spot next turn, I think. I guess they could have my Iron Man for the left, though. I don't have it yet.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, they cabled my Iron Man. That's not a Loki Iron Man. Cool. Man, Moonstone's a lot, but I don't think she's plus 48 a lot, yeah? How much is this? So my entire board is filled with ongoings, which means this is plus 11. So that's 12, 17. And then this is sorry, this is I have 20 to start, and then this is 12, and then this is 6, 17, that's 29. And then this is 6 twice. So that's 41. And then this is 9 is 50, 70. I think we're actually close on the left. But they could have our spectrum. I don't care.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
I'm just snapping on one because I need one more win with Captain Carter before I can delete all my Carter decks and not think about it again until next weekend. So, probably gonna get cooked here playing against Thanos into White Hot Room, but it is what it is. I just want someone to let me out of having to do this. If we draw Ant-Man or Sam Wilson, we can win White Hot Room. Or fill White Hot Room this turn. Would be great. It put 4 more hits into our deck, and we still bricked out all of them. It's a good time. It's a good time. Is +4 enough over here? It's 22. Ties a Mockingbird and then probably loses the breaker. I don't think Spectrum's enough to win here is the problem. It's kind of funny that I don't think I've played against Destroy in months. How we talked about Conquest is mostly people doing missions, and we queue up in Conquest for the first time in a while, and it's just someone doing Destroy missions. Very fitting.
What a game!
Oh, they won both their 50-50s to be winning the right. Playing just Sarah out is our most stats we can add to the board. It ties the right at least. It gives us +2 over there. Why did Destroy fall off? Destroy has a really hard time against all of the tech cards that have been pretty pushed in Marvel Snap for a long time. They emoted me, so I assume we're getting Killmongered. Oh, they were actually losing. Look at that. Alright, and now I don't have to play with Captain Carter for a week. Thank goodness. Is there an OTA coming up soon again? No, there's not, right? She's gonna be bad for a while. Yeah, not till the 24th. Fun fact, there was an OTA last week. I forgot about it, and so did Second Dinner. Yeah, last week was what we lovingly refer to as an OTA. It might as well not have happened. In the Wolves' Den, thanks for the 14 months. Welcome back. All right, maybe we'll leave that one there for the weekend missions next time. Mysterio Carter's still bugged, yeah? Wonder if that'll ever get fixed. Hold on to Moon Goliath. Victoria Fire. We'll play some games with this. We'll work our way through some of the backlog here and get rid of some stuff that's not good anymore. Let's do this from the new decks roundup and see how it feels. It's playing a lot of cards I enjoy. I've been playing this deck with Killmonger with Luke Cage in the Killmonger slot. Yeah, I'd buy that for $1. You still need 2 wins with Kahori if you want to do that for your weekend missions as well. Kahori sucks! And you can't make me play her! I don't wanna! I don't care if the broccoli's good for me, Mom. I'd rather die. I'd rather die, Mom! I thought you liked Kahori. I love Kahori. She is exactly the type of Marvel Snap card I absolutely love playing. That's the easiest way to tell she's fucking terrible. Jeff Hogland likes the play patterns. Don't let it accidentally be good. Beast in the corner, absolutely shaking. Yeah, basically.
Escaped.
New rule! If I tell you a card is bad and you respond with, well, it's fine in Erishim or Thanos, you can expect to get removed from chat for a little while. I get it. Those cards are good, and you can play any number of bad cards with them and they'll still be fine. Demon, thank you for the 20 months of Prime. Welcome back. Agamotto's fine. I think his stats ended up okay. He mostly just ended up being a good stuff card. He's at least an interesting design. Oh, I lied. Yep. Okay, no, it's holds. I like Dagamoto. Card appears to suck. That's so sad. That's so sad. I can't believe there were people angling for that card to be nerfed. Like, unironically, Agamotto's stats being bad after people were no longer obligated to play him kind of hammers home the fact that people were only playing him in decks that he made those decks worse. So he was largely being played inside of decks that were better off once they cut him. Ho, an Ajax opponent. I just put Lucas in my deck. Ooh. I was really hoping to draw Elsa or Hope this turn. Oh, right. The arrows cost infinite. I'm beating Ajax. Yes? Question mark? Because they go to 9 in the middle. I get -1 to 4, and then Monkey's beating 9, and then this is 9 over here to 6. They need Ajax plus a 1-drop, but I don't think they have 1-drops that save them. Silver Sable. Oh my goodness, they have Miles Morales. I forgot. Oh. Yes, that's why they moved Rocket turn 5. Alright, give this deck a chance. That was a mistake on my part. That last one we should have left. Should have known Miles was there. Have an advert in the meantime. Better Gwenpool RNG would have been nice. Yep, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Gwenpool was bad for us. Sandbar was bad for us. Our tech card that beat their entire deck was buried in our bottom 3. It's kind of how the morning's gone so far. Yeah, Ajax gets a bonus from everything that has a penalty anywhere in its list of modifiers. That card doesn't explicitly have to have red in its number. So you could be above where you started and still have a penalty in with your bonuses and keep boost Ajax. Yeah, I think a lot of the hate directed at Bullseye in particular is a little puzzling, Chris. I agree. I think the discard deck is pretty well balanced, all things considered. You know, that's a dynamic I actually haven't thought about before, Steric. It is weird that Gilgamesh cares specifically about the numbers being green, whereas Ajax just cares that there was a penalty in there somewhere. That feels inconsistent. I was having a tough time in the 90s, and I swindled 3 8-cubers with the Pixie Gore deck. Yeah, Pixie Gore's solid. That was a good highlight last week. You should absolutely never be spending your spotlight keys when you only have less than 4. So, I'm so glad they're getting rid of this system so I don't have to answer that question anymore. Do you have a video with your thoughts on snap pack pricing? It can't really give thoughts on snap pack pricing until we know how many cards they're releasing in a month.
Escaped.
Because the total number of resources you're getting is going to be more than under the current system, but is it more proportionally with the number of additional Series 4 cards that are going to be coming? So I'll definitely have a video breaking down all the numbers on snap packs once we have all of the final details, but I'm really not interested in doing like a speculative one and then rehashing it after we get the actual numbers. This constant focus on valid information isn't how we do things in America. I know. I'm playing this deck, but with Kahori instead of Gwenpool. I mean, that sounds like a good way to make this deck worse, but still finish your weekend missions. This is 9. There's only 12 in the middle. Well, the big problem is I'm only gaining... What am I gaining on the left? I'm gaining 9, 11, 12. I'm going up to 20... I'm going up to 27. Maybe 12 holds the middle. We get Infant on it on the left out of the Dracula, I suppose. Sam, I think the reasonable take on the discard deck, and this is my experience playing against it a bunch too, is that the discard deck is kind of... Holy crap, I just can't win a single game today. The discard deck has a lot of moving parts that needs a lot of things to come together for its best draws, and people really hyper fixate on when the deck high rolls and easily forget about the games where your draw doesn't work or doesn't come together. So like, yeah, I get it, like the discard deck's really good when it fires on all cylinders, but like so is Mr. Negative, right? I also think, and this is likely why I would wager a lot of people feel differently about the discard deck than I do, is the discard deck's a bad cube equity deck when you can look at your opponent's board and understand what's going on. And if you're not someone who's used to counting out what their numbers are going to be, you're losing way more cubes than you need to in those matchups quite frequently. A Taurus, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Alliance missions told me to play Magic and Scarlet Witch. I've been scamming a bunch of 8-cubers. Yeah, that one's fun. I'm a pretty big proponent of people should play more of those types of effects that interface with locations. I think I want to leave all my cards in these two lanes so they can't clog me in either of them. There's only 4 spots on the board, which means My hit monkey only gets to 11. And their gore is unbeatable. This card's so comically useless. Wow, I was hoping they wouldn't have the ability to contest here while also playing here.
Taking aim.
All right, wish granted. Hey, Evan, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. I think it's just this.
Taking aim.
I think we're just dead again, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have 23 points to put out, I guess. They just have 14 points worth of Hawkeye and what's it called? I don't know that mine are remotely enough. I'd have to contest a Hitmonkey path. I should have just retreated instead of retreating later. They're gonna take a long time because they're a bounce player. Which isn't to say that they're a slow player. Bounce has a lot of lines going on. They're just not leaving.
Escaped.
Yes, being unable to turn your retreat later into a regular retreat when you do it on muscle memory is one of those UI things I wish they'd correct. Just when I thought all of Trump's economic policies couldn't get more deeply personal, they're reporting he's gonna tariff tomatoes by 21%. Can't I have anything? You've torpedoed my advertising deals. You've taken my 401k, and now I can't even have affordable freaking tomatoes. Leave me something, please, for the love of God.
Escaped.
Dear Burly Builds, I have banned you on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. I don't really think I'm remotely tilted. I think I'm a little bit exacerbated. I think today's been one of the worst days of card games I've played in a really long time. Partially due to having to play decks to do weekend missions, and then partially due to just bad variants, but it just kind of is what it is. Yeah, it's confirmed the economy rework for this game will be happening on April 29th. That's the line. Oh. I don't know that I'm playing this card, so can we just chill? I was kind of hoping to draw a Frigga this turn so we could copy Victoria Hand or Dino. Sad.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Ship it. I think we lose the right to Gore still. Yeah, I needed to. I messed up not playing. I should have put a card in here on turn 6. I had extra energy. We would have won the game if I would have filled here on 6. Could have slid the Dino into there very easily. Ah! Punished for not waiting a turn. Super punished for not waiting a turn. Holy. Do I want to turn my demon into 2 cards? I don't think so. It's like a demon copy demon angle the way this is lined up so far. Now we'll copy Victoria. T says, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. This gives me a Frigga back to hand, yeah? What do we think of Victoria, Frigga, Victoria? And then next turn I have... I think it's this. Hopefully I just don't full clog us on the left next turn. Nice. Yeah, the opponent's archetype often struggles to just get numbers into places. Rather than anti-venom, I should actually Lady Deathstrike here, yeah? Because she gets rid of the debris. Yeah, so Victoria Deathstrike would be our final turn. And then we'd end up at 19 and 19 in each of these, which they're not likely to be able to contest on top of fighting over here. What are the meta decks at the moment? You can check out my weekly decks roundup from Sunday on the Hooglandia Snap channel. Looking for Snap meta decks.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
This is 7 currently.
All systems go.
What is Firehair's text box? Firehair re-triggers an on-reveal effect of one of your cards when your card gets destroyed. So let you kind of triple up with Misery or double up with Lady Deathstrike. Yeah, Victorian Defriga sounds lovely. Iron Patriot's been kinda eh. I might swap him out for Mirage, honestly. He's been feeling kinda whatever so far. I don't love the way he forces me to play to the board in a particular way. I think I might Misery the Frigga. Because if I Misery the Frigga, I can go Frigga Victoria next turn. Unfortunately, Misery is not replaceable inside of Firehair decks. She's a must-have. Yeah, I get Mr. Negative. Speaking of Mirage, is an excellent use case for Mr. Negative matchup's an excellent use case for Mirage, yeah? You get to grab one of their negative cards out. No, this deck list is not remotely budget friendly. Basically, every narrow specific card inside of it needs to be what it is. They're all filling pretty specific roles. One card. They kegging me? Okay, weak step. Yeah, I'll swap this Iron Patriot for a Mirage, I think. Deck's been okay so far, but I think that swap out makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of Mr. Negative decks that are playing Killmonger and Rogue and Shang-Chi. Is the unfortunate reality of our current metagame. me snap the TVA. So I'm gonna Frigga copy Victoria, and then we'll put cloned Victorias into Bar Sinister, and we'll put a demon somewhere else to play for all three relatively solidly. I mean, oh, come on. This actually didn't matter until Luke Spar flipped up as the last one. I ain't a grapple arrow.
Have that.
This wins the game. This wins the game. Says local man about to be enchantress in the center. Nope, that'll do it though. Rip. Luke Spar. Hasn't even really been tech cards this morning. It's just like every time there's a 1 in 200 that could not break our way, it's not broken our way.
Opponent snapped.
All right. We're in a okay spot. We'll have 2 demons next turn, thanks to Misery and Firehair here. Dodge a Killmonger, we can dodge a ball. Assuredly, they're not playing Killmonger in their Cape Bishop deck, right? Assuredly. Assuredly, they don't play the tech card that kills them too, says increasingly nervous man for the 3rd time this week. Okay, so I'm getting an extra 3 here up to 19, but I still need a demon here, I think. And then drawing a 2 is lovely. I'm surprised they felt safe on the right at 24. Given that I just made 2 demons.
Victory.
Turning Hood into a demon is always a good time. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Anything good for us? Sinister London's pretty mediocre for us. I don't think I can stay for a step regardless. They're probably a Killmonger deck into all my demons.
Escaped.
It's so weird how your visible rank on the client side gets desunk from what's going on the server side, and they lag behind a game or two frequently. Aeroship opponent, saying that for my benefit as well as yours at home. Hey, thanks for the almost 6 years, Scissor. Welcome back.
Found a rook.
I'll hold on to this one for now. We'll go anti-venom next turn into where the basic arrow is, then we'll misery here the following turn. I think is the plan. I commit to this. I commit to this. Alright, so they're punting the center. Kinda. Good for Luke Cage top deck, so our death strikes can be big. Yeah, just dead, unfortunately. Victoria would have been a killer draw too, because it would have put us up to 23 over here. My brain has a hard time remembering with decks like this one that Nico turning something into a demon doesn't get a Victoria buff. Yeah, I feel like I need an easier way to reference that when they're on the board. It gets me sometimes too. Demon discrimination. Not having to deal with another Lamaria is nice. So we'll do this, and then next turn we Frigga Victoria again. Even if they block the acid arrow in on the left, it'll end up being 4 points for us with the third Victoria hand hitting the board. So, and when they don't block it in, they're in a very bad spot. I'm getting 3 off of this up to 11. I'm getting 2 off of this up to 13. They have no ongoings here. I'm gaining 2 more in the middle up to 12. They're losing 5 if they play something here. I'm going up to 10 and 9. So I'm getting 9, 12. I'm getting 14 over here up to 26. Is this beating Blue Marvel over here? That's a good question. I'm gaining 5, 7. I'm going up to 15 here. Yeah. Cool.
Victory.
All right, we can take a brief pause for the cause, let some adverts roll. It's almost noon here, cornfield time, so I'm gonna run upstairs and grab my lunch. This one's been all right, so we're gonna play some more of it when we get back. Finally hitting a good stride after a tough start to the day. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Get to enjoy some delicious tomatoes for lunch. That will soon be 21% more expensive thanks to Daddy Trump's latest tariff tantrum. Or maybe they'll be 100% more expensive, or maybe they'll be 0% more expensive. It'll just depend on how he's feeling next week, really. Thirsty Brett, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Hey, Will, thank you for over 2 years. Welcome back. Misery. Well, we might get 2 copies of their negative cards, so I'm going to be greedy and stay here. Unlucky. God, there's so many tech cards in these negative decks. Holy. What is even happening? How do you stay? They must have had multiple things the Mirage could have gotten, yeah? It's the only explanation? Or they just like forgot. Maybe they looked away while I played my cards out and they didn't see Mirage get destroyed. All right, whatever. We take those. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Mirage could take that I would play over just playing Misery on the last turn, so I played Fire here to take the Monster Metropolis. Because Victoria is not actually that much on this board because one of these demons, it wasn't created in my hand. Do I need to draw other cards this game? I don't think so, yeah. Do I need to play around Shang in this matchup? Narrator. He was playing Marvel Snap, so he always needed to play around Shang. Yeah, they look like the Kitty Pride deck that doesn't usually have it. Yeah, like Red Guardian and Juggernaut. I think are the output ranges I'm concerned with.
Escaped.
If I would have Victoria handed here instead of this, I would have had 3 13s and then a 3, which would have tied 42. Yeah, stage would end up smaller as well. Just decided to be afraid of Shang and died because of it. This is fun. It's a very good start for them. Am I getting rid of the Death's Domain? I can't decide. I can make that choice next turn. So, Fire Hair doesn't trigger anymore. Well, I mean, that's the best draw in my deck, yeah? Like, good enough to stay? So, my Sage ends up being, their Sage would be 2, 4, 6 as a 6. And then if I do this, my Demon is an 8. And then my Sage is, yeah, this beats their Sage of the center, right? I think. Math? I don't know. Havoc. Havoc might get us, question mark? Cool. What is the narrator bit reference? The narrator bit is a reference to the common movie trope where the main character is being upbeat about something audibly, and then the narrator is talking about how they're just absolutely about to get shit on. Gosh! Iceman is so brutal here. So they're snapping. We played against them. They were playing Bounce earlier. And I think we're just supposed to go. We could contest the Raft, but I think this matchup's not very good for us. I think the number one thing that Pokemon Pocket really made me appreciate or recognize is that there really aren't a lot of people that play Marvel Snap. I don't think I've ever gotten repaired in a Pokemon Pocket session. At least not noticeably. I'm sure maybe it's happened once in all the hours I've played over 6 months, but man, the repairs in Marvel Snap are just constant on the ladder. So they expanded the matchmaking in Marvel Snap at one point, but it's still not fully global. We'll snap the Clintar on their Morbius here. So we're going to have a good amount of points in the center. So we're at 18. I'm going to gain another 8 from copies of Victoria. Stat matchmaking being region locked is so bizarre. I believe, and this is I don't have a first-hand source on this, so maybe take with a grain of salt. If anybody else has a first-hand source or has also heard the same, feel free to chime in. But I believe, in terms of scalability, Snap leverages AWS for their servers in some way, shape, or form, and AWS servers are regional. Anybody else? I vaguely remember hearing something along those lines. Anybody else? Confirm or deny? It is also 100% based off of the region you signed up in. I'm not saying it's impossible to make it global. I'm just saying I recall that being one of the hurdles they mentioned having to overcome. This was an ambitious day from our opponent.
Victory.
Just as a general rule of thumb, for people who aren't in software development, something that is incredibly true in every single code base is you should never assume something is easy to do if you haven't looked at the code yourself. It's very common that you'll hear people who aren't software developers will be like, well, that should be really easy to do. Why hasn't that happened yet? And it's just like, well, sometimes the thing where you'd be like, in a lot of instances, this would be really easy, but in our particular specific instance, we have the legacy code that Ted wrote a decade ago, And Ted's no longer here, and we're gonna be honest, Ted didn't even really understand it when he finished it, but it worked, so we shipped it, and we weren't gonna not ship it because it was working at the time. Stop hurting me like this. As someone who's inherited a lot of code over the years, you're preaching the absolute truth. Yeah, the worst... Listen, the worst code to work in is something that someone else wrote. And then the other thing that's eminently true about software is that even if it's code that you wrote, if you wrote it long enough ago, it's also code that someone else wrote.
Minions to me.
What's the saying? Only 2 people knew how this code worked, myself and God, and now only God knows.
Escape.
The most dangerous words a programmer can utter. My code's self-documenting. It doesn't need comments. These variable names and functions are so descriptive. Why would I ever need a comment? Looks at own code, sees to do, add comments, close code. Oh, we're not a Shang Jack, which means we're automatically not favored into Gamma Lab, which is sad. For people, I talk about my math and other gaming background a good bit, but I spent time doing, let's call it hobbyist software development during undergrad and grad school, and then did some process automation at a large company after grad school for a little while. There's a bunch of now defunct projects of mine up on GitHub. Oh, I think I'm just gonna go full gamma, chat. I think I'm just gonna go full gamma. Surely the Makari Brood deck doesn't run Shang. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. Oh, this is super sad because this is Mindscape. I can't play Hood. Like, I'd have had a super sick Firehair Hood, Deathstrike, get another Demon line here, but stupid location variance means I don't. Oh gosh, and the fact that I might actually not even get this Lady Deathstrike off, because if they have Surfer, they're gonna play it this turn, right? Okay, so probably good to go then. And then if I do this, I have 8, 10, 12 in the center, which means I beat Shang-Chi here plus a small thing here. Oh yeah, what's Copycat? Misery. Nope. Cool.
Victory.
Coolio. We've gained back almost all of the snap points we lost trying to play games with Kahori today. Man, they're gonna have to buff so many cards from this season. It's actually wild. Or they could just, like, pull a Fastos and let them rot for forever. We'll see. They released cards this season. What's his name? Goliath is a card. That's true. Unironically, the fact that you can't fall out of Infinite is such a huge saving grace compared to how frustrating Pokemon Pocket's rank system is. Like, the fact that I can, like, at least experiment here and, like, not get punched back into a different ranking is much appreciated. Oh, it's so annoying. The big house means I can't Lady Deathstrike the Mobius to unlock my anti-venom card. I think Goliath is the only card that's remotely playable that's released so far this season. Yeah, when you hit the highest rank in Pocket, it's optimal to just stop playing. It's a really... Unironically, Pokemon Pocket has the worst design ranked ladder I've ever experienced in a digital card game. It feels like they completely phoned it in and didn't look at any other systems and take any other lessons learned from any other card games. Yeah, all of the indie card games are about to have a real bad time, Queenie. A lot of... Basically, all indie game developers that make physical games are about to get absolutely and brutally destroyed inside of this nonsense tariff stuff. Yeah, already starting, for sure. After turn 4, the winner here gets +1 max energy. Okay. This is a fun location. I really like this location design. I haven't played with this one yet. I think I want to get Fire Hair down rather than get Cash in the Demon. Do I just do this now? Because then this supercharges Misery, yeah? I probably win the Scar Grand Prix. Was that one of the feature locations recently? Yeah, probably. When the location is new, they feature it. Yeah, like, I know the stock market had its bounce back after all the tariffs, like, put it off one of the worst drops of all time, but, like, it really can't emphasize enough for people that haven't been following closely how much the ripple effects of all of Trump's economic nonsense haven't even really begun to be felt by most people yet. Speaking from my personal experience, I've lost low 4 figures in advertising income already as a direct result of these tariffs. My manager, who manages a dozen or so people, is into the 5 figures and how much he has lost in revenue. All of these small companies with that make indie games, they're all about to have a real bad time. Ooh, that's fun. That's fun. Thanks for the Demon Gamer. What a giver. Yeah, trust in America as a trade partner is eroded probably for my lifetime, realistically. Do we save Lady Deathstrike for a turn? Maybe? I don't know. I kind of want the ability to Frigga Victoria next turn. I think I want the ability to Frigga Victoria next turn. It's maybe a little greedy, but... We also, even not counting the tariffs, like, I think a lot of people don't realize the broad economic impact that Doge cutting a whole bunch of stuff is going to have on the US economy. Like, Doge is cutting a lot of jobs. Like, just the amount of cuts from Doge in the government alone is just, like, going to be a large amount of people losing work and then severing contracts with third-party companies as well. So I filled both of these to hopefully avoid getting clogged in them. Are we being ghosted? That feels so spooky. That plays terrible, right? I don't know. Probably not, but man, that's such a weird line. They were already locked in, so probably not. And I assume we're dead here. Are they shaking us on the right? Would I have won if I didn't play the Victoria? Yeah, I'm gonna win if I didn't play the Victoria. Yeah, what it showed. Oh, no, wait, we win the breaker? Ah, we win the breaker! Sometimes lucky! I'm so bitter, chat. I won this game and I feel bitter. Yeah, that's the other one. The Andrew Yang tweet that went viral really highlights everything about how dumb the average person is. And for people that don't follow, Yang posted just, you know, pointing out the factual that, like, if the markets lose 10% and then they gain 10% back, everybody who was in the markets at that point still isn't back to even, because losing 10% of 100 and then gaining 10% of 90 is not the same number. And there were just a giant pile of comments of people who just didn't remotely understand that that's how very basic mathematics works. Snap-on having drawn the acid arrow. We're still having to explain other countries don't pay tariffs, consumers do. Yeah, it's true. Oh, that's actually super unfortunate, because I was hoping to misery this lane. This gives me 2 demons, right? Because these 2 trigger before we get to Barrage. So I think this is the line. Unfortunate. Unfortunate beat. Two Havocs is much worse. I guess we're dead. I guess I could draw Luke. Victoria is 7 over here, which puts me to 10, which ties Theta. Do we need Luke for Demon to win the throne room? Luke just gives me points everywhere else, right? No, but I guess we don't. This would be 18. Maybe 5-5. Yeah, is it this actually? I think it's this actually. That's close. Luke is definitely here to steal my cubes and talk me into staying. I'm gonna get saged on the left. Actually ended up being really close. This is a gaming stream, not a political stream. Fuck you, get out of my chat. Because I know when I talk about how I'm personally being injured and this government's doing terrible things, and someone says this isn't a politics stream, I know who you are. Sorry that someone interrupted your superhero card game to remind you that the fascist you voted for is ruining people's lives. Apologies that that's inconvenient for you. It's also really inconvenient for all the people that are losing their jobs and the citizens who are being deported and all the other terrible shit that's going on. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. I guess the timing's a little awkward here. Oh, it's so close. Alright, I assume this game, much like the United States, is cooked. I was gonna go to the next one.
Escaped.
I don't like to end on a loss usually in a deck I like, but we been playing this one for a while. It was fine. I think we ran a little below average at several points. Where did we finish up? How bad was it? This is on a low bar. I think this was the best thing we've played today. I don't think I have any card changes. Maybe the Mirage was unnecessary. I didn't feel like I struggled to have Victoria hand targets. Oh man. All right, let's take an ad break and we'll move on to the next one. Chromacast, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. I don't understand, Jeff. Why do you talk about Trump so much when he didn't talk about Biden? Didn't Biden put his thumb and try and intentionally destroy the economy? Didn't he make everything else personally more expensive? God, I just want to not have headlines about the president constantly and have just every day a new terrible thing. I just want to like not think about it. I want to be able to not think about it and not care. I mean, to be fair, Presto, I was like relatively politically neutral. For this stream, I was incredibly politically neutral since November. Like, I really just didn't want to deal with it because these people they're just awful. My understanding is you only have to tag your content as sensitive content when politics is the primary focus of what you're doing. Just occasionally talking about world events while we play games does not qualify. Is it possible for Trump to run for a third term? You know, I had a thought the other day that growing up and when I was teaching high school, there was always this attitude among the students that why would you need to teach high school kids things like algebra and trigonometry? They're never going to use algebra and trigonometry in real life. And really, I think we all owe math an apology because the real lessons in school that you're not going to use in real life were all the governments and civics classes that taught you how the US government was supposed to be run by laws and have checks and balances. And it turns out it's all held together by duct tape and bubble gum and the goodwill of the people who are in charge. And if the people who are in charge are just like, you know what, I don't want to do it. I don't care about your court order. Turns out the court order doesn't matter. Turns out it doesn't matter. It's all very rude to math. It turns out civics class is just as relevant as the trigonometry and the algebra. All right, what do I want to play next? We did that. Would anybody be upset if I played more Victoria hands? No? No one? Cool. We'll do that then. I think this one's probably bad. I think we're about to spew some of the snap points we just got back, but I wanna play it. We're cleaning. It's kind of like spring cleaning for the decks that are in my deck editor today. We're gonna play through some of the old ones and figure out which ones we need to delete and which ones can stay. Oh, you know what? I should have put it on 1. Because 1, we're a bounce deck, but 2, I would have liked it to the Demon to play behind Iron Patriot. Lasher Gaming. Well, on the upside, we're not getting Analand, I guess. I have a 1/3. A 1/5. It is gonna be a 1/5. That's true. Man, remember when this card was on reveal? I mean, they're probably a Nomura deck, and they just didn't draw her gamers. Ten, 7, 7. So that's 24, 21 in the center, and then this is 5, 9 here. This would be a 16. I think we die here most of the time. Black Swan not being playable for 1/3 of the game is rough. And she's technically not playable for half the game, right? You can't play her on 1, 5, or 6. That's actually a really interesting way to think about her as a card that I hadn't before, that articulates why she's so clunky. She just doesn't, you can't play her on 3 out of the 6 turns if you want to get her effect. We beat that, yeah. Cool. Our D tier deck has bested their D tier deck. Almost up to the C tier, gamers. We need magic to make Black Swan more playable. LOL. I think I want to put Victoria Hand not on Hellfire Club because ideally I want to position 1 energy cards around her so that way she can be resistant to Red Guardian. Yeah, for people who are new, Black Swan actually used to be an on-reveal card. It's definitely not a strictly... Yeah, it wasn't good, to say the least. And then Victoria Hand into the Starbrand Center will be 7. So we'll get to have the extra energy off of that next turn, which is nice. Weekend mission gamer here from our opponent. An ongoing Black Swan. That sounds pretty strong. I don't know where this rocket is most likely to hit. Nailed it. Easy game. So I play 4 1-drops with my monkey. And it gets him to 11. But I can't play into Hellfire Club, right? If I can play into Hellfire Club, we might have a shot here, but without being able to play into there, I think we're just dead, unfortunately. I have Spectrum to power up the right, so can't count on winning there ever. Yeah, Hellfire Club, not quite Crimson Cosmos, but also still not great for me. I would love to eat a pig. Only in the video game, though. Or vegetarian in real life. Gamers, I made the terrible mistake of looking away. Can someone please tell me what I porked? Cassandra Nova, thank you. Are they also going to get a raft card here? Need to be able to play 2 cards, right? Because they can move Rocket and Groot over. That's not bad. Do you ever see Frigga there for the 6-drop, or is it too high variance? Nah, I think it's too high variance. I have the Kate arrows. And I have to show them the 6-drop then, too, which is not ideal most of the time. Oh, do they have Brood here? We win still, yeah? They're going to 14. I'm getting more than 7. About an hour till Alliance missions reset. Good location. Good, very good. The Shane Black Swan's not a better card. It's a great piece of art. What do we think of just doing this? I think I'm into it. Just want to like exchange 3 cards for 3 cards here. Why do Ultron bots not get a boost from Victoria? Victoria explicitly only boosts cards that were created in your hand. She's a very, very intentional design. Created in hand like her name, exactly. I think I'm staying. I like my hands. Oh, it's so many brutes. Oh my goodness, Marvel Snap! Oh my goodness, Marvel Snap. Existence is suffering. Existence is suffering. I don't think 23 is enough to win the center. There's some sub combinations that Hitmonkey wins the left. Yeah, Juggernaut's real bad for us here too. Those are the toughest kind of tech cards to take a hit from. Like, you're playing a deck that's probably a little bit underpowered to begin with, and then your opponent shows up and just kicks you right on over. You're just like, we were never good. No illusions of being good, but we are definitely out of it now. I should have played the Vibranium last turn so Cape Bishop didn't overfill my hand. Mistake on my part. Feeling kind of dead. Maybe they mess up the Valhalla here and I get a double rocket and have a shot. Do I have a shot? Because they push Cape back at they push Cape to the center? I think I might. I think we totally got a shot, gamers. This is 11 in the center up to 15. Nine. The builds that have Stegra don't usually have room for Killmonger. Or don't usually have room for Killmonger. The Uncle Ben builds do, but I don't think this is the Uncle Ben build.
I want the throne.
Oh, I forgot about this one. One of our regulars had sent this one over. They sent in some gift subs last week, and I missed it. We should play with this. Can't possibly go worse than anything else that's happened today. By the way, just to give a quick shout out, if you're coming back from the Twitch ads and you find Twitch ads annoying, consider checking out our sponsored game for the week, Call of Dragons. If you haven't played that on PC before, you can give it an install using my link. Get your City Hall to level 5 as a way to support my content at the cost of a little bit of time to yourself. You can get a gift sub to the Twitch channel as a thank you for doing that. Appreciate the folks that have checked out the sponsor. What do you think they'll change? The spotlight key, rewards, and the album track? Yeah, probably 3,000 tokens. I just assume they're going to replace keys everywhere that they exist in the client with 3,000 tokens. Hedge funds have sold global stocks over the last month at the fastest pace in 12 years per Goldman Sachs. Man, and that even includes the pandemic.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Alright, well, our Iron Patriot is completely cooked here. Is it? Maybe Gladiator could save it. And then the Wakandan embassy here even means they have a target for their Shang-Chi now. I didn't think about that when we played the Gladiator out. Yeah, I'm leaving.
Escaped.
Oh, we could have Shadow Kinged the left. That's a fun call. Yeah, maybe that was the play. Because it took the bonus off their 2 cards too. Yeah, I think that was the line. That was a good show. An extra bounce card for me? Seems only fair I took one of theirs, I should give them one of mine.
Opponent snapped.
Okay.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, I think unironically my only out to win this game is catch them with the Shadow King twice. I think I bet on Vulture going left. And then hope to be able to tag them again next turn.
Escaped.
Ravona Gaming, eh? Beep-beep-dee-doo. The intense Benjamin Brode urge to shove cards in my hand. A free limbo for me? You shouldn't have. Are they magicking the left? I think they're magicking left. Whoo! That was a close one. We take those. We need a magic mid for the triple, something like that. I think it's... Man, if this stupid Camp Lehi hadn't shoved a card in my hand, I could have picked all of these up and then Yondu to Gladiator them next turn. Because it shoved a card in my hand, I can't. Oh, I guess maybe I don't want to brick a draw because then I can't draw Baron Zemo. It's fine, their deck's empty anyways. Alright, I got one more loss in me with this one before we throw it away. Feeling like a deeply underpowered pile of cards. I want to put forward an idea that I think enough people don't think about frequently when they have bad beats in a game like Marvel Snap. I know it's felt like we've been very unlucky today, and we've certainly low-rolled in a handful of situations, but really, truly, I can't emphasize enough that, like, if you think you're always unlucky, it's probably just that your deck is bad. Like, if you're unlucky all of the time, the problem isn't your variance. No, that makes too much sense. I'm definitely just unlucky. Fair. Every time I lose, it's because I've been stream sniped. I don't stream. Also fair. Like this, right? Like, how do I ever put together a game win from here? We know they have Swarm and MODOK in their hand. Just mercilessly cooked. Yes? Can't do anything? We can throw priority to Shadow King the Meek and then lose to Morbius and Bullseye. Yeah. Let's, yeah, probably queue this on the left is fine. You really want a clean path to misery into. You know, the peak ain't quite as bad as she used to be, but she's still not good. It's still not a location that elicits happiness. The negative Wong deck has had legitimately good stats for a little bit now. For people who haven't kept up. Hopefully that hits their Jane Foster. Our Baron Zemo might also be good here. Do I want a demon? I think so. It's close. Oh, golly. I think that makes me happier that I got the demon. Do I want to play Iceman and give them 2 more in the center? I'm currently already giving them 2, which means I'm up by 4.
Opponent snapped.
I think we're supposed to leave here, unfortunately. They would need 3 odd reveals to beat us in the center with nothing else, but I don't know that we can realistically expect to win left or right. Even if we win the center. I started playing again this season, and getting from 13 to 100 was a slog. It's funny, because I just got to talking about how fast that is compared to Pokemon Pockets laddering. It took me almost 500 games to climb Pokemon Pockets ladder system. Just easily the grindiest system engagement I've ever experienced. It's real. It is really gross. Unironically, I think Pocket's ladder system is the worst ladder system I've ever engaged with. It's obnoxious and brutal. I was really surprised at how brutal they made it. why it's so bad. It just takes a really long time to go up. Infinite games expected. They also don't have any rank floors, so like if you make it to their top, if you make it to the equivalent of Infinite in Pokemon Pocket, you could fall back out of it if you lose a game. It's like actually one of the most asinine parts about it. Oh, they're also just a Killmonger deck again, yeah? I just can't ever reasonably stay in a game because they're playing Killmonger. Alright, we're gonna get rid of this one.
Escaped.
I gave it the old college try. Alright, we got 40 minutes to kill before the new card comes out. Just play Kyara, Jeff. Yep. Let's do this. This deck's relatively okay. I kind of like turning the Bast into a demon. It's close, though. This was one of the better draws in my deck until the Collapse Mine showed up. You've gotta be forking shirting me! Brown! The locations will continue until morale improves, mood. I'm snapping because they're a deck that dies to Lucas. We'll do this here, and then we'll have Demon, Kitty, Luke on the last turn. Just won't get Athena trigger. Ooh. Who doesn't love a 13 power Bass, gamers? I challenge you to find me a single person who doesn't enjoy a 13 power Bast. I'll wait. Hey, look! It's another location that Lucas wins by a large amount. Am I putting Ancient Venom here? No, I don't think so. Well, I'm a little sad that my Athena's not over there now. Ooh. Do I snap? It's close. If they have like, maybe the Cosmo beads were good. It's a little scary. Like Dakage could be scary. But you're right. The gore's pretty good. Yeah, I think the Cosmo beads we can feel pretty good about it. Yep. Listen, gamer, one way or another, we're gonna get our demon. Our saving grace is that maybe our opponent also can't play here. Rip. You want a Theta middle as a YOLO? Maybe. I don't know. Wouldn't mind like a YOLO Havoc middle. A Conchu Enjoyer. All right, and then they put Conchu on the right every time, yeah? Unlucky. Oh my goodness, I'd have won the game if we hadn't played the agent. We would have been 27 to 26. Rip. Shfifty. No coin flips here, gamers. Only high-octane, big-brain, strategical gameplay. Much strategy, such wow. Honestly, of all, I know we've had a lot of bad card releases in a row. I'm actually kind of glad that Khonshu is trash. Because Khonshu is really just hella light, and I'm glad that there's not another form of that card that's good in the metagame. Wandu, thanks for the 18 months. Welcome back. Quake in that last game. I kind of like the idea of Quake in the US agent slot. I feel like US agent stocks are kind of low right now. There's like an occasional 4 power thing, 4 cost thing here or there, but his nerf plus the metagame shifting towards like lower cost generically good stuff. I don't even think it largely has to do with the nerf. I think it's more so related to the fact that the metagame is just mostly low curve cheap stuff. Yeah, it's a very small ball world we're currently living in. We'll snap before Luke Cage flips up here, but I don't want to snap on this because then it's apparent what we're doing. It's a turn 6 Luke Cage kind of game, gamers. Because that is an Ajax deck. Could be bounce. Yeah, I suppose. Probably Ajax. Still could still be either. Opponent is always a bounce player. They are looking very bouncy. Bojack Door spin's a cute one. Okay. Do you and your wife or kids play any survival games? The boys play a whole bunch of different stuff. I do not typically, though, no. Our opponent having a day similar to us, I would wager, with these locations. What do we think of turn? What do we think of turn 3 Havoc with the Castle Blackstone energy? Nico hasn't rolled location reroll yet, right? Did she? Was her first turn? Sedge.
I want the throne.
Mr. Negative decks full of tech cards are so dumb.
Behold my mighty hand.
We are supposed to Agent Venom Demon and then close on Cosmo. It's a fine bass. Not amazing, but on rate. Well, Quake cheats us into Crimson Cosmos at least. All right, since this is a mirror match, we could probably assume so long as we keep hitting Theta every turn, we win the game. They likely can't get points into here. I guess I technically even have a turn to give here, yeah? What if we do this, and then next turn we go Kitty Demon Sage? We even throw priority, so our Sage is bigger than theirs. We get got by their Cosmo, but they also only have 4 energies, so if they Cosmo us, Demon Kitty should win. They could Juggernaut on us in the middle. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Sometimes these decks play that card. No matter what situation you're in, you can always have faith that you can think of 2 to 4 Marvel Snap Tech cards that'll put you in the trash can. No such thing as a sure thing.
This land can never be fully known.
Cool. It's my kitty, chap. They took my kitty! Well, this location, we could get into with the help of Quake, I suppose. For those wondering, yes, our opponent is playing Erishim. Yes, the game is shoving endless cards into our hand. Quake! Quake! I've played a few games of Arcade Rush a week, man. I think I just hit gold 3 on the newest dealer. So not a ton. I saw they buffed their season pass hero in that game, which doesn't surprise me because that was the first season pass hero I didn't buy for that game, and I doubt I'm the only one. Cassandra Nova potentially steals the game, and then next turn I get to go Cosmo plus Sage. Although I guess they might have priority. Yeah, I guess this doesn't work because they have priority. By one point. That's what I get for listening to Twitch chat. Yeah, if I'm staying, this is the most points. We win! We win! We're the winner! Woo! We're so lucky! Someone marked the calendar. Our Erishim opponent was missing Shang-Chi. That never happens, gamers. Write it down. I want to celebrate this holiday in the future. This time starter reminds me of the Riddler chat with this terrible split behind it. I would definitely play more Marvel Snap if feature locations didn't exist. For the time being, I literally just don't intend to play Marvel Snap on days when feature locations happen. And I know other people like them, and more power to those people. They are not for me, and I do not enjoy them. Yes, Lucas is a lovely lad. I think a group of people like this one that are currently watching my Twitch stream are a really terrible group of people to ask for their opinion on something like feature locations. I think feature locations are inherently more negative when you're more invested in Marvel Snap, and people who are both making and watching Marvel Snap content are more likely to be more invested in Marvel Snap. Second Dinner has said on multiple occasions that feature locations do not negatively impact the player base in terms of how much they play, so they're probably fine overall. I am enough of an adult to be able to admit when something is not something that I personally enjoy, but also it's probably still fine. If they play Thanos left and they move this here, they go to 10, 22. Dog puts me to 18. Havoc gets me to 22. I'm only tying. Well, they have 8 energy from Wicked. They can Soulstone left and Thanos spin. Yeah, we're probably cooked. Speaking of being cooked, non-subscribers, you're going to have to sit through some adverts. If you want to dodge those ads for the next month, considering checking out our sponsored game this week, Call of Dragons, you can play it for less than 30 minutes on PC. Check it out, the game, get your City Hall to level 5, and you can pick up a gift sub to my channel, while also supporting what I do here. It's just a little bit of your time. Otherwise, we'll see you in 120 seconds. New card, less than 10 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. What do we want to do with the new card? I was going to just refresh my memory really quick here on what exactly this card does. Spotlight Cash variant is his only variant. The promo is not available on mobile. The game has a mobile client, but unfortunately, the promotion for the game only impacts PC. Your on reveals here happen twice. Double Infinity Ultron's power. Yeah, Surfer's probably the Surfer is probably one place to start, yeah? Yeah, they're all threes. Such a good piece of art. Just one J, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Quinjet and Snowguard. Yeah, I can see that. I am deeply and incredibly skeptical that Infinity Ultron stones are a big enough payoff to make it worth creating a 7th turn for. Does Mobius stop Gorgon from screwing with us? He does, yeah? I probably want like another 1 or 2 in here. Forge is okay. Sam Wilson's okay. I don't think Psylocke is very good. Adam Warlock. Don't think we're ever drawing with that. We're not working Kaden on curve. Can you play Victoria for the created cards? I like where your head's at, but I don't know if that's good enough. Goose! Remember when Goose used to be playable, chat? All of my favorite Marvel Snap metagames involve Goose being playable. Torres, unironically. The new stones are 3 energy cards, gamer. Collector. Kate, maybe, question mark. I'd be really surprised if Kahori was good. She was so terrible this week I didn't even finish my weekend mission. She's a very underpowered card, feels like. Yeah, you're probably just gonna need Lunasto if you want to play Infinity Ultron. How does Kahori compare to Gwenpool? Worse. Has a pretty strict deck building requirement. You think you'll need Victoria Hand and Frigga to play Ultron? Probably not. I'm not sure what you think Katiri does, Gamer, but he doesn't do anything here. More than one person said King Katiri. Please go read that card. Quake is the last one. I am a Quake Idra. I was thinking I wanted another cheap card. I have Snow Guard though already. Penny's interesting. She accelerates into him like Luna does. She powers up Collector. I accept Penny. Chat, if you're someone who gets harpooned on occasion, that's a fine bundle to take to the chest. Lucas, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. $100 for that variant. I think it is deep. It's one of the things the Marvel staff community regularly does that is deeply intellectually dishonest. This is not a $100 variant. This is a free variant that comes with well over $100 worth of in-game currency. These bundles are almost never about the art and are almost always about the collection progression that's surrounding it.
Mastery.
Yes, if you don't have Gore, it gets you Gore as well. Look at me, turning 3,000 tokens into 2,000 tokens. It's just good business. Now, some of you at home think that turning 3,000 tokens into 2,000 tokens, that's a bad deal. And to those people who think that, I would tell you maybe consider reading The Art of the Deal and realize that throwing stuff away is okay sometimes.
Mastery.
God, it's gonna take me 4 keys to get this thing. That's Trump math right there. Go back to school. My 12,000 token variant. Glad that'll be the last time I gotta do that, right? No, there's one more week of this? There's one more week of this, I lied. We should look at the auto deck real quick here too, yeah? You know, I want to make it abundantly clear that this bar is super low. This is one of the better auto decks we've seen in recent memory. We'll let it cook. Yeah, I think we'll let that one stew. We'll give it a try at some point. I'll start with Silver Surfer, I think, and go from there. Oh, and I can claim these, and I should claim Alliance missions too before I forget. Do you think it's a good time to play Gorgon, Jeff? I think a bunch of people are gonna try and play the new card because they're trying to have fun, Jeff. Should I be playing Gorgon right now, Jeff? God, you must be really fucking fun at parties, gamer. Where are my Alliance rewards? Are they not here? Do I have to relog to see them? That's weird. All right, let's jump in, huh? You gotta restart. It's just good coding right there. Oh no, chat. I have officially lived long enough to become the villain. Officially the villain. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. Dude. Oh, and I don't listen. I thought we were unlucky earlier today. We are not remotely as unlucky as this person. We are not remotely as unlucky as this gamer. They're going through it. Should you buy cards with keys or tokens? If you are only going for the new card, you should spend tokens while we wait for the new economy at the end of the month. You're getting multiple Series 5 cards. It can make sense to spend keys still. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Freaking Makari. That's fine. It's fine. We're gonna sing the songs of my people. We'll drop a Brood into here. We'll Infinity Ultron. It's gonna be good to go. It's gonna be good to go. Everybody calm down. Nobody panic. Anya and Electro. I'm about to get Galactus. I'm about to get Galactus. Add a drone here, set its power to Infinity Ultrons. For each of your full locations, give one of your cards there +2. We are very dead.
Escape.
The and a drone here kind of means we might not want to be playing a deck with stuff like Brood where we fill our locations. Makari's my favorite card. There's always new and interesting ways in which she figures out to lose me the game. Actually, maybe the wanting space on board is a reason to not be playing Sam Wilson, more so than not Brood. The shield's not free. Wow, could have gotten rid of Dream Dimension and chose not to. What a monster. Gonna play Iron Patriot with Sam. We really don't have good... I guess Wave and Luna are both fine Iron Patriot follow-ups. Maybe that's fine. Hey, Ildy. Thank you for the 102 months. 96 is 8, so 102 is 8.5 years. I hope life's treating you all right. Yeah, Symbiote Spider-Man last year is definitely a little bit of a nombo from our opponent's side. As well as can be expected. Yeah. I feel like that question comes with a giant asterisk attached to it these days of how's your personal sphere doing? Because just gestures broadly at the state of the world. Swap that. Alright, I think it's just... I guess Brood's a fine follow-up to Iron Patriot, too. It's plus 6, technically. What do I think of this? I think I'm into it. We'll just win the coin flip and discard the rogue instead of the Silver Surfer, yeah? The problem here is they're a Luke Cage deck. Maybe we don't need this rogue. We have Mobius. I put rogue in because of opposing Gorgons, but Mobius undoes opposing Gorgons as well. And I think I'd rather rogue be a Luke. Man, this one is so scuffed. Yeah, yikes. You want to rogue their Luke. I don't know that roguing Luke is enough. Maybe rogue Luke plus this here Maybe they just feel safe in the middle, seeing Surfer discarded? Maybe? What about Shuri Ultron? Pushing Ultron into Shang-Chi range does not sound like a great use of whatever. Do I want Asgard or do I want White Hot Room? So I get to go 2, 3, 4. Chat seems very confident we want White Hot Room, which likely means that I should play for Asgard. Pivot! They discarded Swarm, by the way, so we're gonna pivot into Asgard here. Although, I guess... No, I guess I actually, this doesn't draw me anything, right? Oh, that's it's so close. I'm gonna play here just because it might get me Sarah discounted too. We'll see what they do. Oh, wow, they greeted. Wow, this greed is incredible for us. Do I just Mobius? It disables their bullseye. Which is nice. Yeah, this Mobius could be a little bit premature. Look at how sweet Infinity Ultron is, chat. Our deck's super powerful. This new card's great. Can't believe they would release a card that looks like this. What's a good replacement for Makari in this deck? I always feel like... It always makes me chuckle a bit when people ask me for card replacements in Surfer decks. Because it just, like, really hammers home how not creative people are. Gamers, if you're missing a card in the Surfer deck, play a different 3 energy card. I'm feeling really constricted in a lot of these games in terms of board space. I think we're supposed to leave because it feels like we're dead, but I'm gonna stay. because I want to see if our card plays out. I think we're not supposed to be in this game anymore from a competitive standpoint. For each of your full locations, give one of your cards there +2 power. Your on-reveal abilities here happen twice. I guess this one's good with Surfer. Alright, 1 in 3 to draw Surfer here. Ooh, that animation looks real good on the Mind Stone. Have I been scammed into Stag? I think the Surfer draw scams me into Stag. Cope stays City, yep. Oh my goodness, we won! Infinity Ultron's busted! I thought we should retreat. What an idiot I am. Imagine retreating when you could double your Silver Surfer.
Victory.
We're so good! Thaninator, thank you for the 23 months. People always ask, you know, on new card release, they're like, Jeff, should I invest resources in the new card? And for anybody who's on the fence about investing in Infinity Ultron right now, the thing you should consider is the returns on Infinity Ultron will probably be better than what your retirement accounts are going to see in 2025. So follow your joy. If the card looks fun, spend money on the fun. It's going to be all right. So it's all going to be all right, right? Taking an early withdrawal from my 401k to fill out my hip variants. Good luck, Godspeed. All right, well, they're filling the left, so I'm going to loot a snow there. Wait, what? How did they not fill the left? That's wild. They were just so desperate to kick my sandcastle?
Opponent snapped.
Oh, cooked, I think.
Escaped.
We lost because Ultron wasn't in hand, clearly.
victory.
It's a darn shame this time Theater copied one of the few cards in our deck that Quinjet doesn't discount. I don't know that I have time to play second Quinjet space on the board. Nico stealing our Makari. Deeply rude. This is just how Marvel Snap works, chat. Like this isn't an Ultron, an Infinity Ultron exclusive problem. You know? We actually haven't run into any Gorgons yet today. A lot of Cosmos so far. But when they only release one card at a time, you're gonna run into a lot of people playing counters for it when you try and play it. Need to play Echo. Stop it.
Opponent snapped.
All right, we're gonna have a 2-10 Black Panther, gamers. I believe. We're gonna draw Infinity Ultron or Blink next turn. It's gonna be lovely.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, I agree. I think we just snap back and we Mobius them.
Wakanda forever.
We even have Lucas Cage here to make sure any scraps that Bullseye does get to discard don't do anything. Cool. Is Infinity Ultra good or just hype? My very early impression is that he's a novel card. He is not feeling particularly powerful to start. Was there hype? I mean, he's one of the more interesting designs to come out in a little bit. But there's definitely a very real chance that he's like, you know, another mediocre card release in a row. It's actually really hard to overstate how unfair a lot of people in the community are to Second Dinner in terms of card releases. Because I hear all the time about how Snap is hard to keep up with. But, like, really, if anything, they release way more bad cards than good ones lately. And I get that the handful of good ones always stand out in people's minds. Things like Iron Patriot and whatnot. But they've really been... We've had a lot of misses in a row lately. Yes, I think that's a really good take from chat, is that Infinity Ultron has a lot of knobs they can turn, and I would be very surprised if it doesn't end up being playable somewhere. I think is a really good take. I think I'm doing this. And then I'm gonna go like Bear Surfer. Or maybe Bear Surfer and Puntier. Yeah, the only thing about comparing Agamotto, the only thing about comparing Infinity Ultron to Agamotto is Agamotto did not end up being a good card. Just so we're clear, Agamotto's numbers are very mediocre. They had Sarah, so I assume we're cooked here. Oh yeah, they got Double Surfer. Never before seen. Come on, game. It's right there. It's right there. Is it way more than Bear? Sure. Oh, this is on reveal. That's interesting. My brain shortcutted to this was ongoing because... Yeah, that was their best boss. My brain shortcutted to that was ongoing because Thanos' Power Stone is ongoing. But on reveal, so it works with your on reveal one is good one to tuck away for the future.
Opponent snapped.
Fairy did do a red Hulk.
Escaped.
Every stone except for the Mind Stone is on reveal. Okay, cool. So all the rest of them work with Mind Stone. Probably a Clog deck. Yeah, if you're not interested in playing Cosmo directly, Clog's probably a good counter to the new card too. We've definitely felt very constrained on board space playing Infinity Ultron so far today. So clogging is probably a direction to take things in. All right, Luna, I choose you. Well, or just very dead. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. We're gonna give this one a few more tries when we get back, and then I want to play some Victoria Friga with Infinity Ultron. Methinks. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Go there. I got plenty of new card gaming coming up. How are the cubes going today? We are down a significant number of cubes today. We started the day trying to do the weekend missions for Kahori, and she is unfortunately just another really mediocre Marvel Snap card release. Hopefully Ultron ends up better than her to set a low bar. I'm not particularly optimistic. Yeah, if I'm being honest, neither am I. Get a free cube back here at least. Oh, they have their Stogard to keep the Quinjet. Maybe I should have Ludostowed then? Yeah, I was expecting to get the energy from here. And now I can't get Infinity Ultron with this. Is it just Luda? I kind of want to get Mobius down, but if I don't draw Infinity Ultron organically, I'm going to need to blink for him. I'm going to Lucas. Oh, Lucas rather than give them an energy. One take I have on the new card that isn't directly power level related, but impacts how you should be thinking about deck building a little bit, is I did not fully parse how board space hungry this card was going to be. Which makes it feel very clunky in execution. The drone that gets created is still a 1-drop and dies to Killmonger. Yeah, that sounds right. Is doing Sarah stuff better than doing Blink stuff? Probably. Seemed pretty good from our opponent there. I cannot believe they haven't fixed this bug yet. We good? Maybe we're good. You want Penny as a second ramp piece. We have Wave as a second ramp piece. That's kind of hot. Immediately looking good with Sarah. Wave into Sarah in the center. Gets us 10 points of power as well. There's no feature location right now. We're just lucky to keep getting Starbrand. think it's this. I don't want to use Hawk to get into Death's Domain because it's symmetrical. You have any thoughts on Strange Supreme or the other upcoming card with Goliath being the only good but boring card this season? Strange Supreme reads to me as a card that seems hard to enable. It's an interesting anti-clutter card, I guess. Like, I definitely would play it in a sideboard in some meta games, but... What is happening in the center right now? They have 4 cards here, yeah? They're full? Can someone fact check me on that? Their location of the center is full, yeah? Yeah, okay. I mean, this is real good for us, yeah? Cool.
Victory.
Ultron been fun. It's neat. It has a large range of play patterns. I'm playing out the Chimichanga now because if this is a location that puts cards in my hand, I don't want it to brick a draw. Ultra is the... Oh, I changed my line partway through here and ended up bricking a draw that I didn't mean to. Mistakes are made. Ultra is where most people should stop and bucket. I should have played my chunk out. Can I compete on the left even? I'm not sure that I can. It's just this, actually. The problem with putting this into here is then my Makari gets shanged. Was that fine? I might be fine, actually. That doesn't matter, I don't think.
All systems go.
So they can add 11 in the center up to 26. They have a 9 power kitty. This gets me to 17. I can only get to 25 in the center. Probably supposed to leave. The Goose. Thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Good afternoon. Do you think the White Widow nerf needs to be backtracked? Absolutely not. Clog should never be best deck in format. I think it's an amusing commentary on the state of Marvel Snap that someone accurately pointed out when Enchantress flipped up, it meant other tech cards like Shang-Chi and Juggernaut were more likely. Because we're not living in a state where decks have one slot for a tech card. We're living in a state where once there's one tech card, there's probably 3 or 4 more. It's often a strategy that you are all in on. Because it's good to be all in on breaking things. Lovely. Thank you, Makari. Feels good doing a 1 and 3. Ooh. That actually complicates things? Is it this? I think it's this. If we play Mobius right, it still blocks their Iron Patriot discount. I think I want to just turn the Gamma off. I guess now we're kind of screwed because they're incentivized to play their Iron Patriot card out because of Kiln. Oh, they didn't. Interesting. Oh, they did. They did. Okay. Crimson Cosmos is the reason why they're doing this. Oh. So they're going to lose 2 more on the left, being 13 to 6. And if I hit the double your on reveal stone, we can win the left with Surfer. technically, we could do this. Man, we're 1-5 to win the game. What was this? Wave. Luke wins the center. Winning the center isn't the issue, gamers. Oh, you're saying no, it doesn't, because they're surfering as well, and I need it's 1-5, 7. Okay, my math was correct for a couple of reasons, but yeah. The Gamma Lab was so brutal. Needing to turn off the Gamma Lab with the Hawk meant we couldn't Mobius this. Unfortunate. It is not remotely accurate in my experience or looking at deck lists that Zabu is the reason people are playing tech cards, no. If you do not have Luna Snow, Infinity Ultron is probably a card you want to skip. I would be surprised if just playing Infinity Ultron on 5 organically is good enough. I'm not even sure it's good enough when you play it ahead of time, if we're being honest. Merge here, though. I probably don't want to merge this into a 1 cost against what could be a Killmonger deck. Sir Sparkleton, thanks for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. That's our double on reveals card, if we could draw a copy of Surfer. Both of these stones are useless and our deck does nothing and we die?
Escaped.
Let's try 1 or 2 more with this, then we're gonna move along, I think. Man, are we gonna go like an entire month without a good card release? That's gonna be so disappointing. Well, I mean, they don't get to use their Wicked this game, I suppose. Goliath was the last good card release, which was technically this month, but he's also just like not a very inspired design. Okay, Makari lifting with her legs here, giving us a shot. Meaning Juggernaut it? Is that why we're snapping me? Maybe London's just good for them? Did you like Carter? I think Carter is a really interesting design. However, she's not really powerful. I actually think that's one of the biggest misses Second Dinner has consistently been making. Is it feels like we are now 2 for 2 on them introducing new game mechanics to Marvel Snap, and them introducing those mechanics on cards that are incredibly underpowered. We're dead. Our Surfers are bottom card.
Escaped.
Yeah, I think that snap was because they were showing us we weren't drawing our Surfer, which is a good snap. This is honestly the worst Surfer deck I feel like I've played in a long time. Ultron had some kind of cute moments, but he is really board space hungry, and we had a lot of games where we played him out and his stones did absolutely nothing and we died, so let's try him in something else. But this is not the deck. I clicked into the wrong one. This is was not it. Have an advert before we dive on into the next one. Is Kahori really that mid? Kahori was so bad for me in this second week of trying to play games, I didn't finish my get 4 wins with her weekend mission. We played with her for almost 2 hours this morning and lost almost every game. It was atrocious. Trying so many different things. I think I have alliance missions. Oh my goodness, I do not. I did a few of them, and then I forgot to claim more. Well, that's lovely. Let's take some of these and drop them, I suppose. Thank you for the reminder. This system desperately needs a big flashing colors in front of your face when you're going to queue a match and don't have one selected. Can't tell you how often I just like don't have them selected. It's so terrible. Final hour. Thank you for the 15 months. Kanoshi, thanks for the 17. There's red dots for basically everything except alliance missions not being filled in. Yes. Yeah, can we get a dot? That's actually exactly what I want. I want a dot. Greg Glee, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate it. My menus, they're so laggy. It's not terrible for us. I guess I'll get a copy of a 2/6. Wait, do they just not play for the left at all? That's so wild. Oh, the Mobius speeds they don't discount anyways. Yeah. Good call. Good shout.
Escaped.
How does Kahori get value out of Mind Stone? You're not often going to be able to Mind Stone and Kahori together on the last turn, right? I guess with Quinjet or Luna Snow, you could do those together. Yeah, trying to jump through the deck building hoop of making sure when you get a Wong at the end of the game, it can be useful, but also your deck still does something when you don't have the Wong Really kind of feels like a tall order. All right, we diffed him on the expansion. We've got that going for us. Had to step away. How was Surfer? It was the worst Surfer deck I've played in a very long time. I'm actually just not gonna have space on board to use either of these cards. I guess I'll have 2 spots in the sewer system. I think we're winning here despite it. Seems fine. I think we won. Question mark.
Victory.
Oh, we're gonna try Kohori, yeah. If not here, where? Is this week going to be another instance of slamming the new card into good stuff deck pile? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this card is Agamotto adjacent, where the best stats on a deck with it are a card where it doesn't really belong and it's just kind of good stuff mush. Yeah, that's a really good way to think about Infinity Ultron, is in order to play him out in his entirety, you need 11 energy, which is a lot of energy. Well, I get my extra energy for 1 turn. Ooh, okay. I accept. Humbly and graciously. Add a drone, double his power. We hit the combo. Okay, so we're gonna Power Stone just in case Reality Stone gets pulled here then. You think they punt the left? I think they punt the left. I guess, am I winning the center is a real question, though. The best Infinity Ultron we've seen all day was the one that White Palace gave to my good stuff tech cards opponent. Yep. Huh? I guess it's this? Or is it this actually? I mean, it's this. And then next turn is just a bunch of Victoria and a bunch of generated cards. Ice Cube's a tiny Donbo with Kahori because it can break. It can break before after it takes the buff. Yeah, it's true. It only took one at least. I mean, those were like our best possibles on the. Those were like our best possibles on the Kate arrows, and this doubles Ultron's power here. What does this do? A card from your hand into play here. Nope, not doing that. How big am I over here? This is 4, 6. 4 and 6 is 10, 15. Yeah, equal spread and play for all of it. Runtime, thank you for the over 5 years. Welcome back, appreciate it. Oh wow, I can't believe we won the left. Narrator, he in fact did not win the left. Oh. Here's a real question. Is 9 energy for 18 points worth of stats worthwhile? I'm not sure that it is, right? That's kind of what we paid for that game. We got 2 and we got 16, and I guess we only got 18 at that because we only got 18 because Kahori landed well. Yeah, you're definitely not doing that consistently. That's accurate. Yeah, I wonder what their testing looked like that they went with the energy cost they went with on Infinity Ultron. Chris Tofu, thank you for the half a year. Erishim? Probably. Oh, Erishim opponent has their Mobius on curve. Shocker. One thing that someone in chat called out earlier that I think is super, super true is that Infinity Ultron has more knobs on it than probably any other card in Marvel Snap. So, like, if he really ends up falling short, like he kind of feels so far, would not be remotely surprised to see him get an adjustment upward in some way, shape, or form. There's lots of different ways they can adjust him upward.
Who they dig up this time?
For each of your full locations, give one of your cards there +2. So this would add 2 here. We had a bunch here. I'm adding 3, 4, 5 over here up to 25, which is +7. So they would need 5 here and 8 here. Oh, I should order these different so I get the what's it called here? Oh, it should count face down cards. Yeah, let's do that just to confirm it counts face down cards. But I'm pretty sure this will count face down cards. Them not playing for center is really good for us. Hopefully we win left or right. Yes, it does count face down cards as expected.
Such is my judgment.
Oh, that's interesting. We're good, yeah. By the teeniest, tiniest bit.
Victory.
Soulstone definitely seems like one of the stronger stones, and it's not that many stats still, right? Like, I feel like you could only expect 2 lanes to be full most of your games.
Epic.
If any of my Hoaglandians are hanging out that are in the what's it called, if you could log in and clear some of these missions for me, I'd appreciate it. We'll check after this game. Is anybody hanging out that's in my alliance? Karg! Thanks for the 28 months. Appreciate the over 2 years. What does Soulstone do? Soulstone gives all of your full locations +2 on one of the cards. Yeah, it's like a 3/9 at most. That has a deck, has a pretty strict board requirement, yeah. I'm gonna put Victoria in the same path as Stogard to insulate against Red Guardian. Barbarian, thank you for the 15. Appreciate it. Red and green stones kind of work with Soulstone because they add cards to locations. Yeah, they have some they have some small synergies with each other. Turn off their Ravona here. Does Spider give the buff to a merge card? It does not. Which I think actually means I want to do this. So that way I can play this out next turn. Just into Mystique, unfortunately. Infinity Ultron has been absolutely cheek so far. Better or worse than Kahori? I don't know yet. It initially is feeling worse than Kahori felt initially, but Kahori ended up being real bad, so maybe this one will end up being better. This is the first card I've bought with currency in a while, and I already regret it. Yeah. Would Infinity Ultron be better if all of its stones were better? Yes. How do I win the game? I guess they're also in kind of an awkward spot. Victoria plus Vibranium. Vibranium get created in your deck, they do not get buffed by Victoria hand. Platinum Tiles, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. There's no way this wins it, right? We go to 20 in the center, and they're going to a minimum of 20, and they have 9 on the right, and I have 9 on the right, so just dead again. So just dead again has kind of been the mantra of the afternoon. I don't understand, Jeff. Why don't you just put the new card inside of Airship, Jeff? It's probably fine if you put it in Airship, Jeff. The new card's not bad. It's just good inside of Airship, Jeff. I just want to make it clear that Erishim, Good Stuff Thanos, and generic Good Stuff Bush are all things that are generically powerful enough in Marvel Snap that you can take any mediocre card and shove it into them and be just fine, okay? So yes, if you want to get your weekend missions or whatever done, you should absolutely feel like you could just play it there. I mean, I think we're dead, but I want to see it play out. I hope everybody at home appreciates the cubes that I am setting on fire. Please, please appreciate me. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Me oh my! Me oh my! Oh! Oh, it's so funny. What a card release. What a Marvel Snap card release of all time. Chat, listen. They're just Snap points. You can't take them with you, okay? Does Infinity Ultron need a turn zone? Actually, quite the opposite. I'm pretty convinced after playing with Infinity Ultron a bunch that he's not a magic card. He's a Marvel Snap card. But more seriously, these decks that we're playing him in are regularly filling the board up by turn 6 a lot of the time, and I don't think you're going to actually be able to leverage board space on turn 7 in most of the games with him. Knickknacks, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate the almost 2 years. Welcome back. Listen, chat, the new card might be armpits, but we're at least having a good time here this afternoon. I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun. Cheeks, armpits, knees, and toes. Infinity Ultron. Cheeks, armpits, knees, and Infinity Ultrons. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The only place I'm going to be able to play this one is over here. Am I okay with that? I think so. I think so. Now, one thing that I will say absolutely cracked about Infinity Ultron is that Infinity Ultron does win the mirror 100% of the time. Which is pretty sweet. Oh no! Oh no! They moved us out of the middle! Oh no! And like, obviously this was a sweet moment for my opponent's Infinity Space Stone, but this just gave me another sinking realization. 2 of your 6 stones are bad against the Scream deck. Which, we haven't played against much Scream since he released because it's currently new card or counter the new card territory. But, yeah, the fact that he's gonna be bricked into what's probably the current best deck is probably another in the laundry list of knocks against him so far. Thank you, sir. May I have another? I assume they're playing Surfer and Taj is good for them. It's never optimal to play Infinity Ultron here, yeah? I don't think like ever. I don't think basically ever. Because I can't play the stones and my Victoria hands on the last turn. Breaking a draw, yes, and people saying we want to play Victoria hand out first. I want to make sure that this... Oh, did I forget to play Luke Cage? That's what I forgot to do. We were talking to chat. I was talking to chat, lamenting the fact that this card sucks something fierce, and I didn't play my Luke. I understand now. I understand why chat was confused. I made an oopsie. Probably cooked then from that mistake. They might just not have enough numbers. I guess the Time Stone could get us here. Yeah, wow. If that game isn't a crippling indictment of Infinity Ultron, I don't know what is. Like, how many things went right there for them that game? Quinjet, Indicate, into Utopia, giving them double turn 3 Wiccan, into double Infinity Stone Ultron, make 4 stones in your hand. You have all the energy, and you don't have any space or anything to do anything with it. We're gonna play some more games with this, but yeah, the more I play both with and against it, the absolute worse this card seems. Yeah, we won because we played all the other cards out instead of the new one. Holy. I didn't know this tweet would be foreshadowing Infinity Ultron when I wrote it. But oof. I wrote this when we were dying with Kahori this morning. Oh man. Oh. Wait, what happened to this card in my deck? Alright, he's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Mobius is back. Tell a friend. Do 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 do. You're gonna have to win with Agent Carter and Infinity Ultron this week. And listen, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors, okay? Even Mobius is like, this deck is terrible. Get me out of here. Peace. I'm out. I'm gone. If you're feeling like you've wasted your resources acquiring Affinity Ultron, this would be my regular reminder to you that you should not get cards based on perceived power level. You should get them based on play patterns. And if you like the idea of Infinity Ultron's play patterns, you could probably rest well knowing that there's likely a buff coming in the pipeline. What decks would you recommend for getting to Infinite? I did a top decks roundup on the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel over the weekend. You can definitely check that out there. So what happens? The Spotlight variants of the Snap Pack economy. There won't be Spotlight variants anymore. It's the TLDR. This doubles. So I'm going to end up putting these two here to make this big.
We are the future.
All right, gamers, we got 8 energy. Got a bunch of spots on the board. And this is just to, like, point out some of the issues here that this card is having. Like, this is, again, one of these spots where, 6, I'm tying here. Why are we saying, oh, these are backwards, yeah. I am losing points of power in the center on this location because Infinity Ultron's cards demand specific sequencing. Or a dead is Shang-Chi on the left here. I've seen how this one plays out. Ooh, an Isand. So you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do, 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 do. All right, Valentina and Isan card. Hit me, dealer. Just a squanch. Got him.
Victory.
I was waiting for a randomly generated shag, not gonna lie. Looks like Erishim I'll play the Vibranium out just in case we lose the Elysium. It's me, Infinity Ultron, your boy. Everybody knows I'm great, Jeff. Get ready to dominate this superhero card game. And here, we got not just one, but both of the Ultron Infinity Stones that need extra space on the board to do anything, so I can't actually use them. And in fact, their abilities are both so schmedium. Actually, and this one's the best one, right? But it just, like, still isn't very good. I'm going to gain 7 over here up to 26. But I'm only gaining 5, 11 in the middle up to 15. So I assume we're dead. Time Stone is bigger than a drone. That's not true. Time Stone is 5 and the drone is 6. The drone counts as a created card. A drone is a created card, but Victoria Hand only buffs cards that are created in your hand, like her name. So, yes, it's a created card, but no, it doesn't get buffed by Victoria Hand.
Escape.
This life is always changing.
Oh my goodness, our Ice Cube dodged every buff. it. That's funny right there. We might still die, yeah. Because Galacta's pretty good. 13 power Kahori, though. That's all you can really ask for out of life. Cool. Can he read the YouTube chat? Absolutely not. That requires hazard pay.
Escaped.
I wonder how much they're gonna have to buff him by. Feels like a non-zero, and I feel like his design is novel enough that they probably won't fast-dose him and leave him rot. Kahori could definitely get fast-dosed, I think. Ultron. Infinity Ultron feels like one they're probably gonna kick up.
Opponent snapped.
Does this three-way work the way I want it to? It does. Oh, we didn't find Frigga. Really wanted Frigga. You're a day late and $1 short, girl. So they have... We have 22 power, and they have 19 power. And their Galacta... Their Galacta kind of means they have 3, and they have 3 Ultron stones in hand because my copycat was Ultron. And one of those Ultron stones doubles Ultron. So we absolutely have to leave.
Escaped.
Because we can't just punt the right because Cancun is in play and we're playing for a tiebreaker. Where are the streamer privileges to sell this card? Asking the real questions. I'm gonna give what is possibly one of the strongest 2-hour intakes I've ever given on a Marvel Snap card. But I genuinely think there's a chance they could take every card in this thing's kit and +1 them, and it might still not be good enough. It is just not remotely, and it does not feel like remotely enough stats for the power you're getting out of it. It's like no matter how you slice it, you count up how much energy you're spending to how much power you're getting. None of the rates are good. My dear gamer, if you're missing cards that this deck is playing, just put whatever you want into it. Most of these cards are bad. This deck's probably trash no matter what you do. I think I'm just kicking their raft sandcastle here. So I don't want to lock myself into points over here. And I wanna clone this Victoria hand. Goliath Hazmat's an interesting one. We're so lucky Mobius lived. Lucky! Calculated, gamer. Calculated! The games like this where Luna gets to be a clog piece always feel like cheating. And for my next tech card...
Victory.
Yeah, as long as our Luke doesn't die. It might be a coincidence, but all of this deck's best draws seem to be the ones where I don't try to play Ultron. Anybody else getting that vibe? Have you tried Misery with Ultron? We've not tried Misery with Ultron, but he's already incredibly clunky on his own. There's no way you can play a 4/8 do nothing after him. Oh, I get to put a card from my hand into play on Machine World. This is sweet. Sick. Oh, shoot, they have priority. Wait, I am excited to not get either Luke Cage here. Wait, are we losing even if we have it? I think we're losing even if we hit it. No, yeah. We're totally losing even with hitting Luke Cage. Oh my gosh! This card is so bad, we lost to Ajax while we had Luke Cage in play. We put 11 power worth of things into play, 11 energy worth of things into play, and they were worth 9 power. No, the rocks are irrelevant. The problem here is I spent 11 energy on this card, and I got 9 points of power out of it. Yeah. All right. To give a wrap on this YouTube lowlight, I can't really recommend anybody get Ultron in his current state. There's the overarching overhead, like, they assuredly buff him. But like I talked about a little bit ago, I think they could give +1 to a lot of parts of his kit, and he's probably still not good enough. So... if you like the really novel idea of what he does, you could buy him hoping he'll see better returns than your 401k has under Donald Trump, but there's a chance, similar to our retirement accounts, he just continues to crater. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the afternoon/evening. We'll be back with more card games in the morning. I will appreciate everybody that hung out through the end of our rather scuffed stream today. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday wherever you're at. Maybe our stat points will recover at some point in the future. I'm gonna raid teams. Check them out if you're looking for some more Marvel Snap on Twitch this evening. Or morning, or afternoon, or whatever time of day it is, wherever you're at in the world. Peace, folks.